benefits due, which I would like to get. You know, I don't think that's unrealistic. I don't think it's unrealistic for me to want my benefits. Is it? Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I see on my primary trading monitors is captured in the video here, and then my voiceover provides what I was thinking at the moment to the recording and the stream. That's how this works. So I believe that journaling is important, but I am not good at multitasking, so this alleviates that. I don't have to be doing screen snaps and typing and all of those things to keep up a journal, and it also provides complete transparency and accountability. Now, having said that, I'm not licensed, nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice. That's not the purpose of this stream. And there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. I do trade live, real time, on Bookmap, and no trades that I take or refer to are recorded or look back or replay. They're all live. Anything that I talk about here would be live. And I refrain from rear view mirror speculation. So having said that, then, let's get on with the business at hand. This is not scripted, so it changes from day to day. We have, first of all, the reports out this morning is CPI, and they were out at 7:30. This is my primary old standby news source. This is investing.com, and it is only interested or forecasts traditional economic numbers and events, CPI, non-farm payroll, FOMC. There's no non-economic but potentially high-risk events like press conference, or somebody's going to give a speech or a tweet or whatever else. And so that's why I differentiate between the two. This news source, both of them you can filter for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in. Investing.com has several different options here. You can look at, forward weeks, next week, holidays, earnings, dividends, etc. And notice that the event title turns or changes to a URL if you hover over with your mouse. If you don't know what the core CPI month over month for May is, you can click that link and it'll show you what the most recent releases are and who puts it out and all of that data. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, and primarily for the opposite reasons. In their calendar function over here, they do pull in random but high risk. And when I mean high risk, when I refer to high risk, I'm talking about potential risk to the auction, for the current auction. A news conference. Trump is going to have a signing about something. It's not an economic number or event at all, but in this environment, we know that there's a real likely possibility that it could have an impact. And this is not a political statement. It is a statement of fact. In this day and age, in this environment, our objective, main objective as a trader, is to preserve our account. The fundamental way you do that is with risk management, and you can't manage your risk if you don't know it's coming. So that's why I keep Financial Juice up and also Michael Bloomberg, because they try as best they can to pull some of those things into their calendar. And on the right side over here is kind of a running squawk box of what's going on. Here's all this, Trump has been pretty active all morning, threatening Iran, and a lot of saber rattling this morning. So it's a pretty high risk morning to keep track of, in my opinion. And of course, we're selling off like crazy. So let's look at the pre-market now. And to start with, my charting package is Investor RT, and my execution package is Bookmap over here. So starting with IRT, starting here with IRT, this is the micro tab. And let me point out first that in any of the IRT windows here, you can look in the header, and there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session, and even the expiration of the contract. Also, I have these watermarks, but I don't know how visible they are or not. It looks pretty good in the stream, but so if you're ever, I'm not talking, or you're looking and there's IRT on the screen, you can always tell exactly what you're looking at. This is the micro ES. This is yesterday's RTH session, and here's the overnight so far. Here is where we closed. Here's where we opened the overnight or the ETH session. Inventory is essentially 100% short. The saber rattling, the apparent continuation of the war, the big question of what Israel's going to do, I think is all adding up to this, which is Friday, Monday, Tuesday. There was a lot of irrational exuberance in this run-up, I believe. And this is just, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. That's a fact. Inflation's hot. Unemployment's up. We have a potential continuation of the war. There's a huge problem with the supply chain, fertilizer, helium. It makes sense to me that that the market is not making. I couldn't understand why we're making all-time highs. So there you go. And just to look at these windows, this is the micro ES, the micro NQ, the mini ES market profile. And I don't change this from mini to micro or back and forth. I do change from the full session to the RTH session. And this is my higher time frame chart of the micro ES. Now, the way this chart works, each one of these candlesticks is a day, an RTH daily session. So Tuesday, Monday, Friday, and so on. Wherever price overlaps, I continue to pull this volume profile that is referred to as the micro composite volume profile. And these red and green lines represent the high and the low volume nodes within the current volume profile. Hold on. Excuse me, I had to sneeze there. And I think I misspoke and called this market profile. This is volume profile. These high and low, the values of these high and low volume nodes are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices. I also plot the same configuration for the minis. I want to see something funny here. Look at the naked volume points of control. Looks like the Russian flag, huh? both above and below us now. So there's that. And so far today, here's our volume. We're at 155% volume for this period of time, looking back 20 sessions. And our average true range for 1 minute candle is 3.75 points. That's a lot. Or 15 ticks. Now, my other news, or my other package is Bookmap. So here we are. Starting from the right column, this is the micro composite where I have manually entered the high and the low, the POC, the naked volume point of control, that kind of thing from the micro composite chart here. These are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the Globex, or not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH volume profile and delta, and it'll reset this morning at 8:30. These are my my statistics for the day, based on with their associated price levels, which we're going to update in a minute. And this are the session prices from IRT. I published these from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday, and I'm happy to share them with anybody for free that needs them. It's a link that comes from Google, a CSV link, and you can put it in the Cloud Note column here, and away you go. I don't have a dome on my Bookmap anymore because it was taking up so much space. So I do have the liquidity column from the dome, which is the most important in my opinion. And this is the price level, which, what else you want to know? This chart is, in keeping with my philosophy, really simple, based on price, volume, and probabilities or statistics, period. There's no indicators over here on Bookmap or IRT, simply a POC for the RTH and the full session. POC meaning nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 75.70, we've traded the most number of contracts so far in the overnight. The minute one of these other prices trades one more contract, this yellow line will move there. Easy. This is the mid for the RTH. RTH VWAP, Globex VWAP. That's it. Session prices. Now, there are a couple of prices which I keep an eye on and which sometimes confuse, and that's the initial balance low and high. I think confusing to people because of the naming. It's from the market profile world. All these two levels represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. That's it. And now this is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. And I do that because it's a visual cue for me. If I glance left and see this line, I know that this is the current actual price and market. I know that I have the full context in view. Can't be any question. And that's really important. So let's look at the statistics now. The first thing we're going to do is determine the statistical open type for the day. How do we do that? Well, this is a pretty random chart, so it's going to be a little bit tough. But if we were to open right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous close? Well, I can assure you that the previous close is up here. So it's lower, maybe here? No, lower than the close. How would that price compare to the previous range? Well, it's within range. And if you don't believe me, you can look over here because we had such a huge range day. Or here's yesterday. And this little white nub right here is where we're trading. So there's the close and there's the range. So we are lower in range. The next thing I'm going to do then is change the column title to reflect the accurate type, open type, lower in range. And the reason I do that here on the column title every day, when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see that title and I know right away the configuration of the open and the data. Next, we're going to delete yesterday's statistics because they're yesterday, and we're going to get the new ones for today. Okay? And that comes from the statistics study here in IRT. So here was yesterday. Now we know it's going to be lower in range today. And how does this work? It looks back at 1,804 days, the most recent 1,804 trading days. We opened a lower in range, 526 of them. And the highest probability of a single statistic here is the overnight mid at 81.7%. So we come over here to the overnight mid, 81.7. And that's right there is just as difficult as this gets. Now we're just going to go down the list. Next is 80.8, and that's the overnight point of control. And that's right up here. Oh, no, that's the RTH. Want the ETH. Right here, I guess it's moved, you see? It just moved here. 80.8. Previous close, 73.4. Okay, now we need to ferret out the previous close. I think it's right there. Previous close, 73.4. IB high is going to be hard to find. IB low, 61.8, right? So that's important. And the reason I always put the initial, going on here. Always put the initials because the minute we open, this flag is going to move from way up here to down here below price. So it's important for me, it's important to know what this statistic represented. And we have the POC 67.1 right there. This has changed on us. Okay, so it's going to be the P, whoop, yeah. 67.1 POC. All right, again, because the minute we open, this is going to change locations. I also have a naked volume point of control over here. So let's look at the overnight low, which is 65.6. That's down here. And what else am I forgetting here? Probably something. Previous low, 53.4. And that's way down here in the kitchen somewhere. 53.4. That was one hell of a day yesterday. All right. So now I'm going to need to step away here and do something called the TLab snap, and I'll do that in just 1 minute. All right, the TLab snap is a thing I do every day at 8:20. And let me see, am I online? Yeah, everything okay? Yep, okay. And it is a it's a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Every day, sometime around 6 or so in the morning, I post the reports up for the day, and every day around 8:20. Oh, this was not a very good snap here. I do this one. I didn't do a very good job here. I'm busy thinking of something else. Let me start over. Yeah, hold on a minute here. Oop. Damn it. I don't know how to remove the damn picture. Save to enter. I want to get rid of that thing here. How do I do that? Delete message. Okay. Here we go. Put in the right one this time. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the screen snap that I do every day is at 8:20 is this. And it's to give anybody in there that doesn't have a similar kind of charting, all the lines and levels, numbers they may need. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and obviously sponsored by Bookmap. So, you know, one of the key things about it, you're never solicited for anything there, including a subscription to Bookmap. Obviously, they want you to because they provide it. So, I mean, come on. But you're not. So it's run by a guy named Tom B, who's been trading for like 48 years and successfully. Started life as a way back when as a money manager, so professionally. Now I'm sure just trades his own account. I can't imagine he's still trading other people's money, but maybe. A couple of important points. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it live trading. The conversation is analysis of the market and what's happening through the day with a look back from the beginning or from the ETH and kind of goes along. And there's a good crew of people in there. So I kind of tip my hat or, nod of respect to the TLab every day. I put those two posts in there. Keep thinking I'm going to sneeze here, but anyway, I used to be real active in there, but I took the advice from Tom and focus on my own market. So that's what we're doing here. Okay, let's get on to the next order of business, which is, I think you'll probably agree it's a good idea to be able to trade once the market opens. We have about 6 minutes. It seems like I'm ahead of schedule for some reason. In order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel here. And then on the new edition, you select an account that you want to use to trade with and the number of contracts that you want to have here in the trade control panel if you're not using multi-brackets. And then you can click this again. It stays green. You get your screen back, your real estate. I have all my metrics reflected up here, and I have cancel and close. Boy, that sun is just banging right in my eye. Now, what I want to be sure of is that I have the proper statistics selected. It is. Multi-account is selected. That's true. Now, this is a Lucid account. There are 5 of them with copy trading because that is the most cost-efficient, least risk method I have to de-risk from my live AMP futures trading to test out new stuff. In this case, the hedge. So that's what I'm doing. And I've got to do one more thing over here, which is the same configuration for the hedge. Oops, for the hedge account. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do, and that's 1. Okay. I'll explain the whole hedge principle in a bit here, but make sure I've got all this right now. It's important, eh? So this is 5 micros and 1 mini. Okay. Now we're going to open in about 3 minutes. I don't know why I'm ahead of schedule, but good for me, I guess. And I'd be flabbergasted if we don't continue the sell-off. But, you know, you should trade what you see, not what you think. I'm going to need, we'll have the open here in the first 1 hour, and then unfortunately I need to do a school run with Tam, well, or a run with Tam. And I need to leave about 9:30, which is, of course, is right smack dab on the on the initial balance. Disappointing, but until this new schedule gets figured out, I'm going to be kind of hit or miss here. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Drop something in the chat. Hello, who are you? Where are you? This is interesting. I think you're out of your mind. I want to point out that this whole concept of the stream is not by any stretch a my way or the highway deal. This is a complete, transparent, and fully accountable live record of what I'm doing now to develop my consistently profitable trading business based on statistics and probabilities and price. So any suggestion, comments is super welcome. And we're going to open here in about a minute. So let me see what I'm doing now. I think I got it. Seems like something's wrong, or seems like I'm off. I don't know. This varying schedule is pretty crazy. Yesterday we were up at 4:30, and today I've got the run at 9:30. Obviously, all the support we can give Tam, our daughter. It's her first, she's graduated a year ago, is in college, and this is her first job in the summer. So all the support we can give her is, you got to prioritize, right? And my frequent comment or observation, life's what happens while you're making other plans, And that's about as true as you're ever going to get. So we have opened and we have not reset. So we're going to do that. And there we go. Now I'm going to jump over here, and this is already locked up. I'm so pleased. And we're going to switch these to from the full session. God damn. Sorry. Well, this is supposed to be doing something over here. Every time I click on it, because of the big lag and the volume that's coming down the pipe, this is not happening. Why we're doing this, I don't know. I don't want to change that. I want this to be the selected chart. Now we go. Jesus. The amount of volume coming down the pipe on the data pipe on the market these days is phenomenal. I saw something from the guy who runs the data for the options, that this is the highest data rates that they've ever seen in the CME by an exponential amount. It's truly phenomenal. So I guess I shouldn't be too concerned that this old program is choking up, but it is frustrating, especially when you have more modern multi-threading programs that don't. I guess I need to figure out an alternative to IRT. So we are now watching the RTH session from yesterday and the current RTH session. What do I think is going to happen? Well, we gap down. We're in a gap situation because the correct definition of a gap is the previous close to the current open. So there's the gap in the ETH or the micros. Same in the ET and the minis. We are within range, so there's not an outside bar or a in that kind of a thing for data, but we are definitely in a gap down. No surprise. And we don't have too big a lag yet, but it is some, so gonna be careful about that. Bookmap is plugging along. I'm going to now wait for this to build out a little bit here for volume, and then I'm going to put Blue Boy on. You have to be really careful doing anything around this active data column. And I have to go wake up Tam. Oops, I almost forgot. All right. Where am I? Who's on third? Welcome to the stream again. Big sell-off here, and nothing's happening. See all this selling volume down here? This is Delta, by the way, this lower volume. I paid very little attention to these volume histogram, except when I see a big spike like this. And I typically know, I suspect, let me refresh and reframe, that's news. And looking at the craziness of the news. Now, I want to also point out something else. Yeah, I know. Okay, thank you so much. Look at all the lags. These are 5 minutes. And IRT just fell on its head. So let's push this open and be real careful that I haven't entered a trade, which happened last week. accidentally, notice how this mouse is a $sign. That means any click is going to be a trade or an order. If I pull back over here, it stays a $sign, even though the crosshair and the mouse is over the money, the price column, the price is selected. If I were to click there in order to drag this price up or down, I'd have a market long order entry. And that's exactly what you don't want. So that got to have the little double arrow like that, and then roll the thing with your mouse wheel instead of grabbing and pulling, I think is the way to go. So let's get this open to some semblance of normal. Get it out to 5 minutes instead of an hour. That might help. Roll it back down a little bit here. That's 15 minutes even. That's not 5 minutes. And we can get Blue Boy on the job, I think, can't we? Yeah, look at here. So here goes our new daily RTH indicator. And there is close enough. That's the first print of the RTH session. The theory behind this being, of course, is that I can glance left and see this. I know this is the active data, so that anywhere in the middle there is context. And boy, is this ever choking up every which way you look. Here's IRT's having a fun time over here. It's actually there. It's just doing that. Well, okay. Make sure that we're getting both data out. All right. Now I'm doing this evening Globex stream. Look at this. What is this crap about? They're going to try to put a squeeze on them. I've got to start making some trades daily using the hedge, and I'm going to. This has got to change. I'm too conservative or whatever. My go-to trade and setup is the initial balance. So today, it's a shame that I'm not able to do that. So welcome to the stream, by the way. I don't see, drop something in the chat so I know you're alive and well. You haven't, hit your head on the microphone or the desk and be passed out there. I don't need to call 911 for anybody. Yeah. Again, this is my virtual trading journal. We've set up the how to trade. You know that this is first of all, there are never any replay or recorded trades on this stream, and no trades are taken off of the stream. That's the entire purpose of this Globex effort I'm doing now, where I start a new Globex stream at 1700 through 2030. Because I am exploring whether there are some interesting opportunities in those Globex opening range breakouts. And I don't want to have an opportunity present that I want to trade without having the stream active, because I couldn't take the trade, because I have a commitment not to take any trades off the stream. So there you go. Probably way too obsessive compulsive or whatever word you want to use for it. But that's the commitment, and that's important to me. The minute somebody starts talking about the rear, looking in the rearview mirror and saying I did this or I did that, or they don't trade live, I just move on. I'm not interested. And it's surprising how few people streaming or whatever out there actually trade live. That's the reason this stream is so long. It lasts every morning, every trading day morning from 8 Central, when I do the pre-market for the first 30 minutes, and then the entire cash session from 8:30 to 1500. Because early on in the stream, I had it a couple hours like everybody else. And then I walked back to the desk and there was a trade setting up and I going, well, wait, I want to do this. Couldn't do it because it would violate my commitment. So the stream is 7 hours every day. And now GlobeX is another 4 hours in the evening. Not sure how long that'll last, but we'll see. As far as the GlobeX I'm talking about, the stream will always be a commitment to live trading only. In the real market, on live data with money. In this case, these are evaluation accounts, so it's technically not real money, but it's the cheapest way I can test this hedge system and get paid, generate revenue. I could be trading it in my live AMP account, but that's major risk, right? So here we are. And, you can revert back to the beginning of the stream where I believe that our most important prime goal as traders, today's market, is to manage and preserve our accounts and manage risk. So there you go. What is this doing now? It's acting all weird and IRT just struggling. Just struggling. I am always suspicious when the stream, when I have plenty of leisure time on the pre-market, because that usually means I'm forgetting to go over something, but I don't think so. We're set up to trade. We've got the hedge in place. I'll explain that dynamics in a little while. We're open. We've reset. Got IRT on the RTH session only. This damn contract expires on the 18th too, so we're going to have to roll this month. Damn. Another 8 days, so next week. This Friday, when is the 18th? Yeah, this Friday will be the last. This weekend will be the last of the M contract. We'll roll. See how IRT has that? Well, I just ruined it, but there's the expiration for the contract in the header. You see that? And IRT rolls pretty much automatically. The book map, you need to copy these columns and then copy them to Excel or somewhere, and then adjust them by the rollover amount, and then you can re-import them. Session prices are automatic, as are volume nodes. So they're going to squeeze them a little bit, huh? Heading up to the close. Notice how our close got misaligned. Oh, come on now, let's get up there. Wow. I'm not doing I didn't do very good on that one. That's because there's such a, we still have, remember, this is still 2.5 points wide on this price. And I typically like it at $1 or at 1 point. I don't think we can get there. We can't get to 1 point and have all the range in view. So there you go. What a pain. Now, we can wind it out because there's 5 minutes. But look at this. Already in this context, we're wider than $1.50. Well, $1.25. No, 75 cents. Boy, I can't see anymore. It's crazy. Volatility's pretty nuts. Imagine NQ. Jesus. Well, let's get some rock and roll going here. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Oh, sure. On Bookmap, this looks like a pretty dramatic event that we're having over here. But bear in mind, this is where we are so far today, and there's yesterday's range. Just approaching yesterday's close. I think we might have just come through it. Yeah. I don't have much patience for this crap anymore. There's the close. So they have closed the gap now, right to that liquidity. And what are we going to do? Sell them off? Billy said. I'll tell you, it's pretty eye-opening how precisely they've been tagging out these liquidities. I've pointed that out several times in the last few days, but it's I'm not saying that's a tradable thing, but it's definitely notable. What do we got going on here? Get some salsa. That ought to wake everybody up. Good morning. Yeah, here we are. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Like, subscribe. Most importantly, drop something in the chat and you know who you are, where you are. This is interesting. I'm out of my mind. Here's what I do. This is how I trade. That's the point. The object of this is it is a completely transparent and fully accountable record of what I'm doing now to develop my consistently profitable trading business. All trades have a strict commitment that no trades are ever taken off of the stream, and you're never going to see a replay or a recorded trade. They are recorded live, real time for all eternity. And then the purpose of that is to start the conversation about, well, this is what I do, and why didn't you do that, and that kind of thing. So, and hopefully that'll help someone and or me. But at the end of the day, this is my virtual trading journal, so that's a little bit different. The way it works, the purpose behind it is I don't multitask well, and all of the data is captured on the video for these, in either IRT or Bookmap, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it makes a perfect, fully accountable, detailed journal. There's no way I could make a journal, screen snapping and typing. Come on. No way I or anybody else could have as nearly as detailed a trading record and journal as this. There you go, Bubba Louie. And as I said earlier, I've got to duck out for a short Big Tam, our daughter, at 9:30. Look at this crap. Even at we're at 1 point high here now, which is typically how I like it on the price ladder. Can't get the first, not even 30 minutes price action in the window. Wow. Is this the NQ or the Crackhead Express, or what is this? Hi, Panda. How are you? How are you doing? Morning, everybody. Okay, there you go. Oh, unless it gets any bigger, I don't need to lift weights. I just pick up the cat. Let's see what we're doing here. Let's take a quick spin around the news front. This is, oh great. Secure America Act. Oh yeah, this is $70 billion funding for the boys and girls at ICE. Not sure that that's a good use of taxpayer money when they're busy shooting the taxpayers, but there seems to be an overwhelming idea that that's a good thing. Seems a little goofy to me, but what are you gonna do? So he's obviously, in 4 minutes, he will obviously be saying something. So be real careful, mind your risk. There's no possible way, in my opinion, that there won't be a press something, So be very careful about that, because that could be certainly provide risk to the auction. Well, I'm glad to know about that microphone moment that's coming up. I can tell you what I'm going to do at this point is de-risk right away. I'm going to pull those off because I'm going to leave the bottom of the hour, and I am relatively certain that that news event will take longer than 30 minutes. They always do. So I don't want, though, you know, he's trying to help, I realize, but our Lucky and the other cat, he loves to come in here and mosey around on the keyboard. Jump up on the desk and mosey around on the keyboard. And he has a different risk appetite than I do. Yeah, good morning. Use extreme caution. There is going to be a big deal here and pretty quick in the Oval Office, I would assume. Well, we have a VPOC migration up. We've closed the gap. We can start looking at this, at the data to support the thesis of the initial balance trade. I guess. What the hell is that for all about? I don't want that. I want that. Right there. Ooh. That's pretty weird. Weird. Okie dokie. Man, look at this volatility. Oof. Even Bookmap is choking. Typically, I will restart IRT at the top of the hour here and let it get its knickers out of a knot with this data. So far, the lag's down to around 10 seconds, which is untradeable, you know. Where are we? Oh, I didn't get the open in there yet. I'm getting remiss at my chapter markers, which are really important. These levels that you see here, the 25, 50, and 25, are based on the IB high and the IB low, and they are percentages of the range. Those are the percentages used by the data analysis, data supported, and by my trading system, which is based on these percentages. So let's take a look at that. The system itself is right here, assuming it'll open up. Jesus. So here is London high and low. off to the left is Asia. And here we are now in US. These green lines reflect the initial balance. There's the high and low without the initial balance on them. And with that selected, it also puts these percentages in, which is IB 25, IB 50, IB low 25. So they're just each 25 points divisions within the range, whatever the range is. And the way the trade works here is based on the Edgeful data, which we're going to look at in a bit. And that's what this system has been based on. And this system is one of the trading systems to backtest and verify that this particular trade strategy has a real, vetted, based on data, statistical edge, expectancy, win rate, all those data metrics, which most people just go structured trade, vetted trade, and okay, so tell me how many days you back tested it. Tell me what all the real data is, and that's what I feel is important. Look at them flashing this data up here. Look at them flashing that liquidity. Watch this liquidity at the 74s. Watch it flash. So back to the strategies. The way this works is based on the Edgeful data manager or data mining tools, which I'm trying to utilize more than previously, because I am not a young whippersnapper code magician. And for me to code up a complete system like that takes me a long time. There's nothing wrong with being a good, programmer, but that's not my goal. My goal is to have a consistently profitable trading business. That's where I'm going, right? And I don't have enough time left in my life to spend a lot of time developing these skills. And that's not my focus. My focus is to statistically verify that the setup that I have identified has a positive expectancy and can be traded. I think that makes sense. It does to me. So what I'm doing then to try to bridge that gap is use data, actual data, which is this is Edgeful. Now we're going to jump over here we've already filled the gap, so that's not a thing anymore. Let's look at the initial balance stuff here so far. Looks like it's struggling to load also. Okay, maybe we're not gonna. Here we go. So the MES, looking backwards 6 months, the New York session, or if you want to be the cash, the Chicago cash session, which is the same as their London or their New York. This is not the full RTH session. This is the cash, which closes at 1500. In my case, 1500. Their case, 1600. So it's 8:30, 9:30, 1500, 1600. That's how it works. Same time, in other words, just what I'm used to. So without any customization or days. This is the basic breakout report statistics. 75%, 22%, 2%. Kind of meaningless. Looking back over 6 months on the MES. So let's start making this mean something. Well, watch this. 65%, 65, 80% probability, 75%. Watch this one. 92% probability on Friday. This session, a 1 hour opening range on the MES, looking back 6 months. So today's where we are. That's what we're going to look at. 80% probability we're going to single break. That's 21 out of 26 days. Remember that looking back over 6 months, there's only 26 possibilities, right? Because there's only 52 Wednesdays in a year. So this is kind of small data. And then these are the other probabilities. There goes the princess. Okay, everything's working on track here. And remember, this is single break, double break, no break. Meaning that the initial balance, we stay within the initial balance high and low. We break out of both initial balance high and low. And this, as with the typical initial balance statistic, can happen anytime between 8:30 Central Standard Time and 1500, or actually 1600 Central Standard. All right, now I've got to kind of be thinking about getting moving here, like finding my Levi's and stuff like that. So I've shut off my trading, so Lucky can't be doing any trades for me. I'm going to make sure, do a quick spin around here and make sure we're gearing up for the move. Sorry about that, but what can you do? We'll get back to this data here in a minute. Okay, well, there's the IB. Now remember, this is not the initial balance statistic being taken, because for the first 1 hour, the IB high goes up with price, the IB low goes down with price. That's just widening the initial balance range. And as I said earlier, I'm keep your eyes on 7,400 because we're going there. There's no question in my mind. That liquidity up there between 398 and 3/4 and 74, they're going to go there absolutely, as far as I'm concerned. That seems to be a given these days, that anytime this liquidity flashes in and stays in the book, just like right here. You know, that's not a prediction. It's just an observation. And now you can see the use of Blue Boy over here. There we are. There's the opening print, which just happens to be right there. And here we are now. This is the current data. This is the active market. So what is the context? Up. Higher highs, higher lows. VPOC migration higher, steadily. Boom, 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 boom. Antonio's probably been trading the hell out of that. Hey, Anton. Good morning. Crazy day, huh? Watch out. Trump is signing this ICE funding thing, and so that's going to be at 9 o'clock. That's going to be a big, I'm sure, the microphone moment. Big sell-off, yesterday, and was pretty much down all night. We had a gap open last night, which they closed, but I would be careful right now. And I have to take TAM. This schedule's killing me, man. I've got to run TAM here off at the bottom of the hour. I'll be back, but it's just, it takes. So yeah, anyway, never mind. And hope everything's going good in the swimming, in swim world and trade world. And a couple of this Globex stream I'm doing to investigate the opening range breakouts in the Globex and the Asia Open Tokyo. In the evenings, it's from 1700 till about 2030. I haven't seen any real opportunities in the Globex yet, and Asia has presented, but I don't think I'm going to be able to action them because it, as it is now, I'm doing about, yesterday was, I think, 17 hours on the desk. And that's stupid, And if I had put a trade on that opening range breakout for Asia, it didn't break out, or it did go in the correct direction, etc. But it was, 11:30 or 12 o'clock at night, 2300. So I'm not going to do that. I can't. That's not the game. So we'll see where that goes. I'm set up for the hedge, but I've taken off I've deactivated the accounts because I don't want Lucky trading for me while I'm gone. He's just coming in now to look around. He's going, Dad, you sure you leave the mouse? I want to do some stuff. Hey, buddy. Yeah. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to start just going back to the discretionary mode, this not getting any trades done and then having something weird happen in the meantime is killing me. Yeah, yeah, high volatility is a real understatement. And what do I have to do? Okay, another couple minutes here. I'll make sure I'm on track to get out of here for the run, and then I'll be back. All right, cool. Thanks a lot. Well, I've got a jet to take Tam here at the bottom of the hour, and then I'll be back. And I've got the hedge thing set up. Talk about that. What I think about taking off which leg to take off and when. That's something I'm curious about if you're still around. But if you're not, I can certainly understand that. I did. I looked about your Mini Mac Mini, however you say it. First of all, I just Googled it to see about that. There's some huge, nothing in Houston except the basic one like you found with 24 gigs or whatever it was. Someplace in LA's got one with 64 gigs in it, and apparently you can get different cores in the GPU from 12 up to 16, obviously varying in price. And I did ping over on Static, and I don't know if anybody answered me back, if anybody's trading with the Mini Mac over there, because I'm pretty sure Rod was talking about wanting to do that. I think I told you yesterday. That place in LA or wherever it was had that 64 gig version. It was like $2,800. So the prices ranged from $1,300 to like $2,800. What I saw. Look up here and see if anybody. Where am I now? Let me see if anybody answered me. Where am I? What is? This is crazy. That's no, I don't want that. Nobody has responded at all about the Mac. Catching a knife. This is crazy. Price urgency these days. Volatility and all of that. One guy keeps posting these animated GIFs, which drive me nuts. Yeah. Trying to ride the wave. No. Nothing about the Mac. So I'm going to step away now and make sure Tam's ready to roll. Yeah, I realize that. I'm just saying I saw that one thing advertised. I don't remember seeing I just Googled it thinking, well, I wonder about, Amazon or one of those. I'm sure you thought of that as well, but I was curious now. You've piqued my interest. I'm going to take a quick spin through the house here, and then I'll be back as quickly as I can, which looks like about 35 to 40 minutes. Seems like we're on track. Yeah, that is exact. Hey, Panda. Hi, baby. Yeah, that's exactly the thing that puzzles me about mine too. And here we are. Here we go. Well, I tell you, it's phenomenal how we're tagging out these liquidity. Look over here at about 9, whatever it was, 8:49. We go liquidity to the tick. I'm talking about we're going to come up here and tag out the 400s, or the century figure, and bang, right on the money. And now we got 74.10 flashing up above. I'm not saying I'm a wizard, but it's just it's pretty amazing how accurately they're doing it. That is exactly the part that puzzles me about my machine. And that's why I believe that IRT is just, because it's single threads, is just inefficient and can't deal with the data, I guess. So I'm going to step away now, and I'll be back as quick as I can. Okay, Baccaroni. Well, that's real interesting. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, I very definitely I never rely on a Wi-Fi. I always have a wired Ethernet. In my case, it's Cat 6 or Cat 8, I guess. Hold on. Now that I'm just back, I gotta figure out what the hell is going on here. What happened? What I miss? Who's on third? So we took the IB low statistic out. There you go. We traded up and we have an IB continuation, I'm guessing. So, yeah. And the IB high was put in first. Wait a minute. Was it? No, the IB low was put in first. This statistic is not working out like it's supposed to be. The typical probability is if the IB low is put in first, the IB high will be the likely suspect to first break. Lately, all week, it's been the opposite way. Whatever that means. Oh, and I'm showing you the wrong freaking button, I think. There's the low first. There's the IB high. The IB was not set yet, and then here we took out the IB low. So the first break statistic is the IB low. And okay, just getting up to speed here. I'm back from the school or the work run or whatever, the TAM run. Well, there would be the IB. Yeah, I don't think this is. Let's see if they pull back. Let's see if the retrace happens as it's supposed to. Hey, Lucky. What was that? All right, so yeah, the probability for the IB retrace to the 25% level right here. Let's jump over here. So we've done this already. This is yesterday's news. Here's the we've got to put the we've got to do a bunch of stuff here. Hold on, nobody move. Okay, we got to change this to Wednesday. Where was the where did we lock up? Okay, so it's the 25 to 75 range. Okay, so that stays the same. 0.25, okay. So there are our probabilities, and that's been taken. No. You see, this is backwards again. The IB low was the first put in, and we have an 80% probability. Well, if the IB low is the first one to be put in, the IB high is the first break, looking back over 6 months. And that has not been the reality all week, and perhaps even into last week. Let's look at the retracement. Again, IB initial balance breakdown, that's for what we did. There's a 67% probability we're going to retrace to the 25% line, and 28% we're going to go to the 50. What that means is there's a 28% or 67% probability we're going to retrace to this zone, and 28% we're going to retrace to this zone, or thereabouts. Now, I'm assuming that Trump is through with his with his story. And we haven't done that, of course. We haven't done that retracement. The thing that worries me about this situation is that this initial level first break has been off all week and starting even into last week. Now, is this a situation to go short? Because it has retraced here, but we didn't make it to the level, so I don't want to be foolish. And here we have that same setup. There's the breakout. We haven't retraced. That would be the trigger. I'm sure we've gotten a trade-off here. No, we haven't. But we do have the A signal out. But we haven't gotten a B signal yet. The way these work is the A signal is the IB. B would be the pullback or continuation zone, and then trigger. And I'm not seeing this working right either. I wonder if the data is still lagging. What's going on here? Lags 12 minutes. Jesus. 12 seconds, sorry. That's untradeable. And this have disappeared again. Look at that. This is really irritating. This quote page is supposed to be here, disappeared again. I don't know whether it's this new thing. Minimized. This is not supposed to be minimized. I don't minimize it. Why is it minimized? Jesus. Sorry, this is like contrary to the continuation indicator for bias here also. That sucks. If you're running on a Wi-Fi, get yourself a cheap router. You should be able to plug right back in, plug into there should be a Cat 6, 7, or 8 in the back, you know, a RJ45, I think they are. Plug on the back of your switch or your gateway and plug that into your computer. I definitely wouldn't work on Wi-Fi. And that might be a big deal for you. I didn't think of that, actually. I'm going to reboot IRT again and see if it can unwind itself. Again, with the scale over here, you see where I screwed up? This is 20 points. I've got to get used to this here. This extreme volatility throws me off with my sense of scale. I'm thinking this doesn't look like it's enough meat on the bone. And we have this liquidity just above us. So here was a perfect short. This is 43 to 27, you know. Mm-mm. $15 handles anyway. Well, this is really disappointing. Here's the part that bothers me the most. We formed the IB low first, and we broke the IB low, and it says there's no instances of that. On Wednesday, when we closed in this zone, and that's not right. Now we have, 8%. Looking back a year, that'd be about one instance, I suppose. Oh, two, okay. Wonder if it's got to do with the way I've got the... If the session is so screwy... That's the same. Okay, let's go to 6 months. The session cannot be the problem, but the only way to identify it is to only make one change. Yeah, this is definitely it. That sucks. If I'm doing something wrong and somebody knows what it is, speak up. For sure. Okay, what did this do now? Why did this happen? I guess they rebooted or something. I don't know why that would happen. I rebooted IRT. I shut off IRT. I certainly didn't shut off this that I know of. Man. Catch a break here. All days. Zero zones. What is this? And it's the ES again. Same story. Well, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is about as exciting here these past few days as watching the grass grow. But I'm resisting Monkey Boy with all of his bright ideas. Monkey Boy is my euphemism for going on here. Yeah, Monkey Boy is always got great suggestions. Got to be careful in these kinds of high volatility and geopolitical / news driven volatility is even worse. And for me, it's especially, I have to be on special guard because the range has become so much, and I get so big, and I get out of whack, right? So here's 7405. 73.15. There's 85 handles in that move right there. If you got short on that and you were, clever enough, and I'm sure some people did, or will say they did, or you were smart enough or aware enough to think, well, let's see, we didn't retest this, so I'm going to get short here, and then you didn't get shaken out here. 85 handles. Wouldn't that have been a pleasure? I'm not looking at it on, first of all, I wasn't here, and second of all, I'm not looking at it on a big enough scale to trade that way. And I'm really vigilant that my monkey mind or monkey boy is not busy, whispering in my ear, go for it, trade, let's go short. Because this is no setup for me. I'm not making excuses. I'm just, remember, this is my virtual journal, so I'm trying to, to keep it up. The way I get what I'm thinking into the journal is this voiceover. Recognize very definitely that I've got to get some trade. I got to get at least 1 or 2 trades a day. And then that should be easily done. I've taken all the steps I can to de-risk to a point where I can do this trading. I mean, with this experimental idea. So here we have a A, B, C. The theory about these old W reversals is when you cross the inside leg, signals the reversal and you go in that direction. Got no data to back that up. It's just, urban legend. And Tom. Now, I think you were gone. Well, I know you were. After I saw away from the keyboard. But, yeah, very definitely get yourself a cheap switch. Plug that, or if you don't have more peripherals on your coming off the router than just your computer, on the back of your gateway or your router there should be a Cat 6, like a RJ45 plug, internet type plug, you know what I'm talking about. And definitely plug that into your computer directly. Don't try to run it on Wi-Fi. That should make a big difference. I didn't even think of that when we were talking about this earlier. I use Cat 6 or Cat 8, the latest one, whatever it is. Yeah. And I've even got this trading machine bypassing the switch, which has all the other peripherals, the printer and that stuff on it, and goes directly into the gateway. And make sure that you're in the highest gateway. Some ports on the back have like a 10 gigabit, or some have a 2.5 or whatever. Make sure you're plugged into the highest one that you're getting downput from. That's a pretty big deal. No response from any of the boys at Static about the Mac Mini M4, 4M or M4.
Are you still hungry?
No. Yeah, they're taking out everything. But they haven't gotten close to yesterday's stuff. And I don't know what, well, is this an opportunity to figure another IB continuation and get short right here? I don't know. Considering that's 35 to 47, just with the scale, as much volatility as there is here on Bookmap, just the scale from here to here is 10 handles. That's pretty dramatic for this guy. Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Look at this. I'm thinking, well, you could say this was a retest of the IB low for an IB continuation short, and then I'm looking and going, yeah, and just this little move right here is 10 handles. That's obviously it's 10 handles down here too, so you're way in the money. But yeah, the volatility the swings are awfully extreme for me. And look at this, is pretty interesting. Let me see. What's this previous? Yeah, this is the previous POC right here from yesterday, just below the IB. the more I need to be trading and generating some income here, the crazier things get. Did you see all the ranting and raving? Well, I was looking at Financial Juice last night, early in the morning, late in the evening, they're just dying to tear into this war again, it looks like. And here we go, right? So you got short at the 35 handle there in that area at the IB low. Got down to 22, not quite, 10 points, okay. And now it's back up 10 the other side, so 5 so far. Yeah, I don't know. As much as I would love to be doing this, I'm spooked here. I don't know. I don't know which way to jump. And this data being backwards is also, I think, a tell that this is an erratic environment. Well, that's a good problem to have, I guess. It's a hell of a lot better problem than I couldn't get my stop in quick enough to get, Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm sure it's obvious, but that's exactly why I'm doing the Globex streams at night, looking for a less volatile. I'm so sick of Truth Social and all this random crap, Not that they're perfectly fine to do that, no political commentary here, but I'm talking about from a point of view of volatility, risk management, Pretty crazy. Yeah, I definitely lock them in while you got them. Jesus, Broadcom dropped 440 billion on disappointing earnings. Wow, that's a lot. Wow. Imagine that. I'm sure you execute with ASTS, right? Or ATAS, whichever. Yeah. You execute on there, don't you? I'm sure they've got a trailing bracket somehow, like everybody else does, like Bookmap and whatever. I've never found those trailing ones to work very good when they're hard coded to so many ticks, because you kind of have to play the market as you go. But at least if you get to T1, for example, then it scale, you trail up to break even. So that's at least locked in. These little pops, these little forays over the IB and back, those are 10-point swings. This little pop, where am I? Where did the mouse go? Come back here. Goddamn mouse is even trying to leave me. Pop up here and back down, that's 10 points. One thing's for sure in this market, without the possibility of the hedge rate management, which we're talking about, there's no way I can be trading with just multi brackets. I mean, just the ever so slight typical tick action in its stops. I mean, I don't know how they're trading them. It always makes me wonder when these guys don't trade live or anything on, how are they doing them? What's their trade management look like? I'm not saying they're not doing it. I'm genuinely curious. I think it's pretty strange that, contrary to the data, we've been taking out these IBs opposite of what the expected probability is pretty consistently. Let's look at that and I got to get water or something. Hold on. All right. I keep falling back here trying to lean on this data, and then every time I do, something goes goofy. But let's look at the, probably the easiest way to look at this is my new best friend trading view. So the theory is that the opposite side, I don't know how to say this succinctly and clearly. In this case, the IB low is formed first. In other words, the side opposite the initial balance level formed first has the high probability of being the first break. In other words, up here. Also, and on top of that, there's the continuation candle and the closing zone. So this should be the break. There's the high. Well, here's the high. Here's the low. The low did break on Asia, but at 23.33. So no, I'm not staying up till midnight to take this trade. And it did do all of the stuff it's supposed to do. Without front running, it broke the low. It retraced to within the 25 to 50, and then it went off. So this Asia session last night performed exactly as the statistics or the probability indicated. The one I'm having an issue with because of the timing, and I may just drop thinking about it, is the Globex, which here, it puts the high in first, the low in second, and it takes the high. I quit tracking it when Tokyo starts. But there's the first level, contrary to the data, there's the first level broken first. Where am I now? What is going on here? That was such a huge range yesterday. Yesterday, IB worked as per the statistics, including the confirmation candle, but you had to front run it. Once it broke the IB, there was no coming back. Asia, again, backwards. IB high first break IB high. Globex, IB high first break IB high, or O or B, orb high. I gotta stop. See, I'm wrong. I'm sure it confuses somebody. Yesterday's session, IB high first break. All contrary to the data, to what the probability is. Looking back however many months, I don't know how many of these has to happen before that starts changing in the data, but just this, so handy to just look back at these. IB low first break. There's one that works correctly. So I don't know how many we've looked at, but the initial balance seems to follow in line with the probability better than Tokyo or the opening range. So anyway, that's what's been hanging me up. Well, not hanging me up, but I found that interesting and not necessarily in a good way. And today again, IB low first break. And the real puzzler for me, or the real one a confusing bit for me or whatever, this ending zone, which is the closing price. Where does the closing price fit within the range? And the way those statistics or those percentages are assigned is as follows. 0 to 25. What you do is you start opposite the first level formed. So if the low is the first formed, you start 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 55 to 75, 75 to 100. If the low is formed first, the continuation candle's up, and it closes in the 0 to 25, that is the highest likely probability that the IB high is going to be the first break. And guess what? So, yeah. So much for statistics. Let's just get out our gunslinging outfit and, you know, the boots and spurs and a 6-gun and get after it. I'm telling you, I'm starting to think that's the... If I read some of these other streams, or, you know, go listen to some of the guys that are spurs those guys, they're just, you know, whipping and spurring and firing off trades like they're killing snakes, you know, and making money. So I'm not saying anything wrong with that for them, but that wasn't very successful for me. I didn't take anything trades today. No. I was just talking about this IB well, there's been a couple of them. Here's an IB continuation. Here's an IB continuation, kinda. I mean, if you want to look at them this way, but I didn't take any of them. Primarily because of the range and the volatility so much. And that's what I was saying earlier, you know. I mean, this is 6 points. Just this little hiccup right here. 10 points. So, no, I didn't. I haven't taken any trade. And that's the, you know, getting to be a real big problem. Now, looking at the data and the actual trading systems, where am I? Here we go. Oh, I restarted. Okay, got to do this over again. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So here's the latest breakout, which is correct, but no retrace. So in a sense, there's been no trade triggered on using the Edgeful methodology and data in terms of ranges and percentages or the zones, no trade. Oh, Mr. Boop. Mr. Boop. Okay, so the old-fashioned beauty has traded once, twice, scratch and scratch, scratch and down 5. The original IB were with the zones, the pullback and the continuation zones. Unmanaged completely, only managed by the computer and the trading system. And of course, as you know, if you're new to the stream here, these forward testing systems are in the IRT simulated environment. So this is not live trading. This is statistical analysis going on. Research, baby. This is the lab, the research lab. Oh, Boyke, what's up? I bet you're making money hand over fist. You're one of those trading kind of guys. Pretty volatile for me. I haven't been able to find anything to get on. I hope you're doing well, Zar. We were just discussing the volatility and the what spooks me or doesn't spook me, but where I find myself getting balled up here is when I don't make sure I have an understanding or I'm not aligned with the range. You know, these little pullbacks here and for an IB continuations, 10 handles. What do we got here? 41 to... There's 20 handles right there, which is great if you're trading that way and you've got the risk management for that. But if I'm talking about a multi-bracket with 3 points stop, that's going no place. Same way, even if I'm using the hedge with a 3 point or maybe 5 point stop, still not going. You know, it's still the possibility of just market noise is going to be taking me out every time I turn around. And I don't know what to do about that. All the saber rattling and all the threatening rhetoric through the early morning hours isn't helping, I'm sure. And then yeah, well, if you're trading the NQs, you really got some volatility on your hands. I'm having a tough time mentally keeping up with just the ES. Let's see, what have we got going on over here for the IB even? 247 or say 230 to 2930, 2870, so 50 handles on the IB basically. No, that's not a hell of a lot more dramatic. The IQ or the MNQ is not a hell of a lot more dramatic than the ES, which MES, which is. Don't say that every day. Actually, there's more volatile. Whoa, what? There's bigger swings on the IB for the MNQ than there for the MES than there is the MNQ. Can that be true? Hold on. Yeah. 74 to 30, 73.35. That's 65 handles. 60, damn near 70 because it's actually 74.04. And we've got 231 to 777. Maybe I'm just not doing the math right here. 31, 28. Oh yeah, no, never mind. I got my, math is hard. Got my mouth upside down. I was going to be shocked. And I am shocked. Seven, 8, 9. Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, I think lower is definitely. I think this market's fallen off. Finally, the proper correction and the proper attitude of the market, I think, is creeping in. You know, which I expected a long time ago, and so I'm all for that. But I am just sorry that I'm not participating financially. $70 points. And, you know, that adds up quick if you're trading a number of contracts. Even on the micro. I've noticed that about at night. I sometimes listen YouTube on my phone, you know, to go to sleep or whatever. And it happened. Tom the Trader, for example, that Danish guy. He's got 150 point stop. In some cases, his colleague at Karaoke Andy guy, they have a upside down risk reward. They're risking 2 to make 1, and they're talking about 50. In other words, he'll risk 100 points to make 50. That they're doing great, good for them. I'm not saying anything about that, but I can't get my head around it. Busy talking to the mute. Yeah. Now it's 11:30 already. I gotta start thinking about 1:30. I'll have to branch off to go get to him. Just standing here thinking, it's another part of this volatility that bothers me. Even even trying to apply the hedge. This thing could be past the hedge trigger before I could get it entered. That's one thing about the multi-brackets. You know, if you set it up in advance, boom, you're there. I looked into the multi-brackets trying to figure out a way to set up the add. It doesn't do it. Can't do that. Can't do that. I'm sure there's some, probably yours, Anton, your system would probably be able to be more conducive to handling the hedge setup, at least with the add and stuff. PD RTH value area. This value, if you're looking at my stream about that, this value area here is the developing value area low. That's for now. See what we got down here. Yeah, the value area from yesterday is down here at 54s, if that's what you're talking about. If we get down there and I'm not short, somebody's going to be pissed, and I bet you can figure out who. Now look at this consolidation. Yeah, well, yeah, that's one of my problems, and I noticed that even in the replays, not on advanced speed or anything, just regular speed. With the 3-point, a 12-tick stop, the 3-point stop on the hedge. Yeah, I got a scoot to get that in. If the market's volatile at all, it can be on the other side of that add before I'm all spooled up here, before I've got the orders entered. That would be a real nice tool to have, that you could put that on one time and it would enter everything on both instruments. Wow. If I was a code monkey, I'd be able to do that pretty simply, I suppose, but alas, I am not. What do we got? Anything? Is Captain Marvel going to say something, or... Well, Netanyahu refuses to say he's not going to keep attacking Iran. $70 billion to fund those ICE people. That's phenomenal. And they cut child hot lunch programs, That wasn't even close to $1 billion. Just pretty amazing. And then here we've got Trump attending an awards event at 1500. So that'll be another microphone moment, assuming that's correct. Let's see. Yeah. So assuming that's correct, we'll, yeah. Oh, so Trump he just quit speaking 10 after the hour up here. So Mexico and Canada need to treat us better, Trump. Insult the rulers, insult the people. You're going to make a state out of them. Wow. Maybe, I don't know. No, this is talking about the USMCA. So. I don't know what to think. I really don't know. Some of these things are just so strange to me. Well, here's the VPOC migration, but this is the full session. This is not the RTH, if I'm not mistaken. Boy, that's one hell of a consolidation. If that's not a bar breakout opportunity, I don't know what is. Look at that thing. I guess this is while Trump was talking, I guess. Breakout and retest. Here we go again. There's the breakout. There's coming back for the retest. Which way do you go? Long or short? Got a 100, basically 100 point range today so far on the MES. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. Contribute there in the chat with the rest of us. Hey, Boyke, are you still in SA or are you outside? I mean, I'm only curious if you look at other products like the DAX or the FTSE or trade stuff like the Globex or the Asian Opens. I've been looking at those. I have been doing a stream on the Globex since a week ago last Sunday. Just trying to see if there's any interesting opportunities in the opening range trade for either the Globex or Asia or Tokyo. So 1700 Central Standard Time through about 2030. And so far, it's nothing that I would be able to deal with under the circumstances because the Asian thing has had statistically or data-driven outcomes a couple of 3 times, but the IB breaks at like, midnight or something. So I'm not going to hang around from 8 o'clock or, 1900 until midnight waiting for that to happen. Not on my world, it didn't. It did on IRT, but not in Bookmap. It did right here in IRT. But Bookmap, nada. Go figure. This one that's migrated down here is the full session. Over here, not this one. irritating. And when you stop and think about it, how in the hell can that be, you know? Yeah, it is over here too. I mean, it did here too at whatever time that is. This thing doesn't like this, the crosshair worth a damn, but it migrated right there at about 50, 30, or I mean, no, 54 to about 55-ish, or just before 11. But it is still not migrated over here on Bookmap. 5704. There's 702 contracts light. No, 5222. There's the highest down here. So about 500 contracts to trade down here before the RTH VPOC is going to migrate on Bookmap. And I'm assuming that has 100% to do with how and when this thing resets on the RTH, because that's always been a drama for the last 2 or 3 issues of Bookmap for me. And I'm so tired of dealing with this random stupid shit. You know, I'm about ready to just throw all this crap out the window and open up a version of Trade Evade or something, and it's painless, you know. Tiring. And I do everything I can think of to have these be in sync. I run, as you know, Anton, I run Rhythmic Trader Pro in admin mode, set to update the clock on this computer every 2 minutes, to sync it with the Rhythmic data every 2 minutes. Yet it can't get it together with Bookmap. Beats the hell out of me. Now I'm about ready to need to go jump through the shower and start thinking about what else this guy got to do here today besides keep the stream going until about 1:30. 13:30. I'm gonna need to blast off and get Tam, and then I'll be back like usual. But pretty frustrating. So that bar broke out and never retested. Yeah, see, here's the RVPOC from Rhythmic. From IRT right there. Yet here it is in Bookmap, and that's 5704. You come down here, it's 5590. So in another 200 contracts or so, this will migrate down here and align with Rhythmic in Bookmap. Jesus, you know, why does it have to be so complicated? And makes perfect sense though that if it doesn't restart at the exact same time, easily it could be off 200 contracts. You know, at the open, think about it. Yeah, maybe that's the answer. I don't know. Just tell everybody that I do lean on IRT for a lot of stuff. The MC, the volume nodes, statistics, session prices. I push these trade zones and levels from IRT. And then, of course, my back testing and the vetting story. But yeah, something's got to change. I've got to start making some money. Just a couple of trades, a trade a day, a couple trades a week that are, positive. Is not any big ask. But this is stupid. And as you know, I don't use the heat map is not that, I don't have it all blue and orange and balls and shit going all over every place. So, and I do like the delta and the volume profiles here. So there's no question about that. But I'm sure ETAS probably does that stuff. See if I can find something here. Let me just look at something. On air. That bitch. Okay, I think this is it. Let's see if this shows up here. I'll let this thing run in the background. I don't think it's... I hope it's not crooked. No, it's all right. Well, there's our retest. Now, are you going to go short? Okay, Hope. Look at this. Here's something that's amazing. This is the data. This is what's happened to the data coming down the pipe in this period of time. And these are months. So for years, literally, it increased from about 1.6 million to say 4.8, and then all of a sudden exponentially jumps, and you can find this is This is on IRT. Running an efficient IRT is what this is, and Chad Payne's doing a voiceover. I'm not going to bother doing all that, but this is an indication of what's happened to the data coming down the pipe just in the last couple of years. Just this huge spike up. So, yeah, maybe that's part and parcel of the problem. It just, even in that video, it says it just can't, it's going to choke. There's no question about it. There's too many calculations going on in the background. And there's a whole list of stuff to, get rid of custom calculated columns in your quote pages, only have the minimum amount of instruments loading and all that stuff. But yeah, that big data spike is pretty amazing. No, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm on. Okay, I'm talking right. Everything's all right. There for a second, I was wondering if I had all the right buttons pushed. Well, the problem is it's expensive, I need to make money here, not keep spending more. Bookmap, IRT, ATAS, Edgeful. I was always the first to say, okay, so how much is it? Is it 1 point? Can you take 2 points out of the ES in a month? And that is the correct logic, because it's a cost of doing business. But at this point, I need to start backfilling the coffers here, because we're in drawdown. Income wise, hassling with the state over here. They just whacked off a substantial portion of the monthly, or they're giving me some crap about getting my money back from them. Hi, Panda. What? Are you giving me the Wookiee stare? Yeah. Well, there's that breakout retest both directions. If I was a static boy or girl, if I was Harry or Jorgensen, I'm sure they've got some sort of magical thing done. I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is step away here and do the shower and that kind of thing. So I'm going to recalibrate my brain. I'll be back in a little bit here. See if we got the disc jockeys. Better not run out of music. At least I can keep that going, maybe. No, pretty close to the end here. I better do something about that. Let's do this. There we go. All right, I'll be back in a flash. All right. Yeah. Good trip for you, son. Nice talking with you. I'll be back at it here in a little bit. And then I'm going to go on the TAM run, and then I'm back again, and then Jesus Christ, this keeps going on.
The IB low is taken.
All right, I'm gonna step away now. I think I forgot to put back on my. God damn it! I did. I'm gonna step away for go get Tam. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Well, that sucked. Traffic mess everywhere. Okay, so what the hell happened? Well, we had the dump from hell over here. But we didn't get too far away from the IB all day. Look at that. And that's that is the entire range today, and that is the entire trade. Now, it's a lot of range, 291 to 7405. So essentially, a little more than 100 handles. But, yeah. Not much of trade on my side over here. Yeah, big mess with traffic out here. I don't know. Usually that's about 45 minutes max, and that's more than an hour there. Not working out. I hope the schedule gets worked out one way or the other. This is not working for me in trading, that's for sure. Well, we are well past the bottom of the hour. It's pretty obvious what we did today. Lower still. Here's today, yesterday. So we're staying in the lower end of this sell-off. Here's our close down here. Remember, this is open, close, high and low. Okay. Let's have a look at what to expect tomorrow. Today was CPI and it was bad, so that's clowns. I guess some of these people are having a hard time dealing with it. Now we have PPI tomorrow, which is also a margin changing event as far as the brokers I use and recommended by the CME. So, and don't forget here, let me just point out to everybody not right now, but I got to finish this up. But yeah, go ahead. The rollover is the 18th. So we got to start thinking about that. Where am I here? What's going on? Why isn't it doing what I want? There we go. So we got PPI tomorrow and initial jobless. Well, that's a couple of biggies. That ought to wake them up. And then continuous jobless claims down here. So tomorrow, news front, we've got those both at 7:30, all right? And continuing at 7:30, so everything's off the table then. It's Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday. I'm losing track of days, too. That's not a good thing. And any weirdness? Well, we've got Trump doing something at 1500, so... that won't bother me, but it is potential risk if you're trying to swing them or if you're trying to trade that last hour, because that's potential risk, right? That's what happened earlier today. And there's been a never-ending flow of comments and yeah, it's hard to really pick out what's really happening. But anyway, so essentially we are continuing to push lower. We've got two big reports out. We've got PPI out tomorrow and jobless claims at 7:30. So it'll be interesting to see how the evening, the Globex opening range and the Tokyo opening range work out. I'll be streaming that in the new Globex stream, which starts at 1700 until about 2030. And then, of course, every trading day, the normal risk neutral trade, this stream starts at 8 Central Standard Time and continues through 1500. So we're going to have the market on close imbalance here at 1500. We'll check out that. Yesterday was a shocker. If you remember, the market on close imbalance yesterday was a mind blower. It was 3,590,000,000. These are billions when there's 4 digits. That's a lot. So we'll have that pop up over here. This is Financial Juice, of course, and investing.com, which focuses on traditional economic reports. And one thing about this, they're both filtered for wherever you want. They're both free. That's why there's ads. My thinking is if they're free, then anybody can have access to the same resources I do. PD RTH value very low. Yeah, yep, right down. Almost got down there. Oh yes, we did right over here. No, that's yesterday. Previous day, right. There you go. I get what the PD is now. Pretty close, yeah. Yeah, pretty darn close. And what I was saying was if you hover over these event titles, it turns to a URL. And you can click and find out all about the report. So if you don't know what the PPI month over month for May is, you can click that button and away you go. And Financial Juice has a similar calendar, but they pull these non-traditional economic events in, which may have risk for our auction. There's a perfect example. And over here is like a squawk box, a continuing narrative. So this is where the market on close and balance will be. So we'll just stand by to 1450 and see what happens to us here. I saw somebody sent me something on, I gotta see what came up here. Somebody sent me some message about a chart number or something, and I was in the car, so that was not very handy. And I don't know where or how or anything else. Now I don't see anything. Well, somebody sent me something today, and I didn't know how to deal with it on the phone in the car. Hope it wasn't a big important. And I don't see it here. Just have to be on my phone. Apparently not. Nope. Well. I don't see it. So I don't know who that might have been. Oh well. Huh, that is interesting. Yeah, a lot of people watch at 20. And of course, a lot of people watch at 200 for some longer term thing, but yeah. Okay, 2 minutes, and we're going to get the world famous market on closing balance, and then I'm going to try to figure out. Yeah, there's a lot of people that watch them. I even have them, let's see here, IRT. What are we doing here? I even have on IRT. What is this one? This is the, I think that's a 20. Well, I can change the periodicity here by the value in my, in the strategy. And over here, I was experimenting with the VA period, with these various periods on the for filtering. Somewhere around here, I thought I had a. I probably changed it. Anyway, yeah, a lot of people use them. Lots of people. The 20 and the 200, those are the two big holy grails of a bunch of the, some of those Top Step TV guys, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. 20 day or 200 day? 20 day, okay. Well, that was the market on closing balance. Not much for reaction, but then again, who the hell knows what happened yesterday? It didn't move much, and the damn thing was 3 billion contracts. And here's all sell side, you know? Yesterday was huge, billions of contracts, imbalanced sell side, buy side. Today we have 472 million, 108 million, 345 million, and 40 million, all sell side across the board. How does that happen? I can't believe that there's such turnover. I would think that larger investors, you know, the high time frame, quote unquote, the smart money, I would think that they were in the market and in a position for longer than 10 minutes, you know, or 24 hours. I can't imagine that there could be such volume from retail people. It's just, I obviously don't understand. That's for sure. And this, I want to point out again that this scale is real deceptive because this is 5 points per increment here. Okay, yeah. There you go. Wow, this was a complete waste of freaking time. I hope this schedule with Tam gets smoothed out and locked in because I've got to get this figured out around it. And I hope that this new Globex thing starts to materialize so that it's not just a waste of time and making me tired. As I said earlier, my goal was to look for some period of time when I'm not upside down with this schedule changes. And there we go. The schedule changes and that maybe Captain Goofy and the email, the Truth Social squad are having dinner or playing golf or whatever it is they do. You know what I mean? Less drama. I would appreciate that a lot. But so far, nothing. So I'm going to keep plugging on it. And so this guy answered me back. Okay, let's see who this guy wants something from. Somebody from the TLab needs something. He texted me. And I couldn't. I was in the car, so, all I could, and now I still don't. Here's a perfect example. This is something from the TLab. I'm trying to find this guy's deal that he sent me, but where the hell is price? Can you tell what any of this means? That all that crap with Bookmap? Obviously, I know that buried under here is the bid and ask, these grid and green lines, but that makes no sense to me at all. So that's why I don't do all of that. Uh-huh. Well, I saw a message from this guy, but now I don't see anything. Here it was, but I don't see anything. Oh well. Well, that's pretty weird. I know he just sent me something because I saw it on my phone. I saw his picture. But I don't see anything here. Man, I'm a donut with this stuff. I don't know what to say. Pretty weird. Boy, that's weird. I don't see it any place, so I guess it's gonna have to just forget about it. I guess. I guess I don't know. Oh well. We'll take it into the close, Remember, I'm just gonna keep fighting this fight until I see what the hell. Yeah, that's something you really need to do, and that's great. I'm glad you figured it out. Super. I wish I could figure out this stupid thing there. I see it pop up on my phone. There's a picture of this guy. And now I'm looking on the computer and there's nothing. I don't know. And nobody responded to my... I don't know what happened. I don't know. So weird. Boy, there is a lot of traffic in the TLab. Wow. I am really surprised. I mean, good for them. But boy, I would never be able to keep up with all. Oh, Jimmy, that's it. There you go. That's the one I saw. That's not who DM'd me, but that's the one. Jimmy 0099. That's it. That's not, had nothing to do with that DM message. Okay, great. Didn't want him to think I was ignoring him or whatever. All right, well, here we go. We got a couple of minutes now, for a minute, I guess, until this thing is over with. Less than a minute. And I'm going to go see if I can find something to eat and then get ready for the Globex thing. Boy, this is turning into work. Yeah, that you'll find a big difference if you've got that going straight from your gateway to your computer with the Cat 6, 8, whichever one you ended up getting. Big difference. I hope it really straightens it out for you. You may not need to be worrying about all this Apple stuff. No liquidity, though. That's so weird. It's pretty interesting to me. And I've got this turned way down to 175. Usually have it on 250. And there's no liquidity here jumping around. It's pretty interesting. Well, that's because look at the book. Christ, the book's all, the high number so far that I see jumps out at me is 58. Oh, here's a $1.94, okay. But nothing. Nothing. All right, there's the cash close, my friends. 7 hours here, and I appreciate it very much. I'm going to wind the stream down. Anything we need to go over there, Anton? Else? I'll be back up on the same thing at 1700. So if you need something between 1700 and 2030, I'm doing that Globex thing. So if you need to ping me for some reason or help or whatever else it is about your computers or something, let me know. I'm going to duck out, grab something to eat, maybe rest my eyes, and thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Anybody that's new here, and I certainly appreciate the locals contribute to the chat. That's a big help, and it's a lot of makes the day, actually. I got to do a bunch of data stuff here in the crossover up to this IB. I got to start taking some trades here. I'm going to make some sort of I got to think about it, but something like I've got to trade at least once or twice a day. That's for sure. Obviously, there has to be a setup, but I got to believe there is. So I'm going to do some data and figure that all out. And that is one thing I'm able to do in the evening. The problem with the evening while I'm streaming the Globex is it's live and I have Bookmap open, so I can't do like a replay or any kind of the homeworky stuff that I normally do to test out things. So, and there nothing would ever be a replay here on the stream or a video, like so many people do. All right, have a great night. Remember the typical stream, the next stream here for the Globex will be at 1750, so that's about 2 hours until around 8:30 or 20:30 Central Standard Time, and this typical stream is 0800 every trading day morning until 1500. Have a great one. get up, get away from the screens, rest your eyes, get outside, get some exercise. Remember that, you need to have a good work balance and work-life balance. It's a big help. Thanks a lot for coming by. I'll